Good evening, everyone. It's Friday, October 17, 2025. You're watching COVID for Two. My name is Jesse. Tonight, we are starting our playthrough of Mockery Manor, and we'll talk about that in a moment, but let's check in with the chat, see how everyone's doing, make sure I'm actually broadcasting live. We've got our normal group here, plus some other visitors. So those of you who aren't on the Discord are not up to date on my battles with sickness. So I got sick a couple weeks ago, and then I recovered, and I got on at the tail end of it when I still had a bit of a cough last week. And I made a post. I said, I'm feeling sick, but it's on the mend. There are some people on YouTube that are like continuously sick, continuously posting about some terrible thing that's happening, and I don't want to do that. But what happened was, right when I was at the 95% of getting better, my wife came back from Japan, and she was here a day. She started coughing a little bit, and I thought, that's a little strange that she's caught my cough, because I've been basically better for a couple days. And what happened is, it turned out she brought me a new cough. She brought a new sickness. So I've had two little flus in a row. You can probably hear it in my voice. I'm feeling mostly better, just a little bit of congestion. Got a little button here so I can mute it if I have to cough. But I'm anxious to get back to spending time with all of you and playing some games together, and I'm happy that we didn't miss a weekend. Okay, so, Mockery Manor. Let's talk about what Mockery Manor is. Mockery Manor is a little indie podcast. It's not that indie. It's been going for several years. I think they started in 2019. There's at least 3 seasons of it. It's an audio drama podcast. You can go listen to it now on Spotify and all the places they have these things. Dozens of episodes. Comedy, mystery, sort of maybe like a little bit Scooby-Doo vibe. I haven't listened to it, or maybe closer to Nancy Drew. Is anyone in the channel listened to the Mockery Manor podcast? I know they have 3 seasons of the main podcast and then maybe some spin-offs. It's a very, very well regarded audio drama. I say drama, but I think it is mostly, it's sort of a hybrid drama comedy. But they made a game, and it is a very audio heavy game, true to the spirit of the audio drama, the podcast. And when we were talking about scheduling it for this October spooky month, I thought, well, it's a little awkward for the channel because there's so much audio to listen to. But then this week I thought, maybe this is the right game to play as I'm getting my voice back, because maybe we'll spend a lot of time listening to audio. Kyle in the channel has played the game already and says, I listened to some of it after I played the game. It's mystery, British humor, really good stuff. Okay, so what else do we need to know about it? It was on Kickstarter. I did back it with help of the Patreon supporters of this channel, who I want to thank. A new Patreon supporter joined yesterday. A couple dropped off, which is completely fine. You guys should not feel any obligation to stay on the Patreon, to join the Patreon. I do hope, though, that you will join me in thanking those members of the Patreon who have taken the time and effort to sign up and support the channel and pay for the games we play. So I backed it on Kickstarter. I believe I backed it on Kickstarter. I know I purchased it from the company, but I can't remember if I backed it or bought it after the fact. But it did only come out this year, so it is brand new. And as a reminder, if you join me for this playthrough, it's just a one-time playthrough. It's not like a video game. You won't be able to play it yourself, and it's not that expensive. So if you think that this might be something that your group would enjoy playing, then you might want to tune off as soon as we get started and pick it up yourself, and then you can come back and skim through this video after the fact. Anything else to talk about? Greg and I recorded a few reviews. The first one is already up on YouTube, a review of Horrified Dungeons and Dragons. We also did some first impressions of Bomb Busters, which isn't up yet, and a conclusion to our thoughts on Regicide Legacy, a very interesting cooperative game. Those are both up on YouTube. If you are a Patreon supporter, you can watch those videos now. Otherwise, they'll go up live in the coming weeks. We have a couple more reviews that are backlogged that we need to record soon as well. As far as plans, I don't remember the details, but I do believe that this is supposed to be long enough that it's going to take us 2 sessions. So I have scheduled part 1 for tonight. Part 1 will be tomorrow night, unless something goes wrong with my voice here. And then on Sunday, we will play the 3rd letter of Dear Holmes. It is a great case so far. You still have time to catch up on the previous 2 sessions if you want to join me for the 3rd one. Now, the other thing that's happening this month, in addition to celebrating October, as we always do by playing spooky, scary games, is the channel is approaching its 5-year anniversary and 5,000 subscribers. Now, actually, we reached 5,000 subscribers today, but then a couple unsubscribed, which seems an odd thing to do right when I'm trying to get to 5,000. You've unsubscribed, taken us in the wrong direction. But you can see here is the live update for YouTube. So maybe there's someone watching now who's not subscribed, who wants to subscribe. That will bring us to 5,000. Let's give a couple seconds to see if that happens. It is sort of exciting reaching 5,000 after 5 years. The growth of this channel is 0. It's just a steady stream, very steady, this channel. There we go. That's exciting. Do we have a little celebration we can do here? All right, so we've reached 5,000. I say we, but I guess we're in it together, sort of. I'm on record having said some negative things about channels that talk about the community of the channel. I've come to eat those words a little bit, in the sense that it bothers, I find it a little off-putting when these channels are like, we're the wolf pack. Like, all the people watching it are like part of a team that you're supposed to be on my team to accomplish something together or something. There's something weird about the way it's described. From my perspective, one of the real joys and surprises about this channel is being able to meet some fun, interesting people and spend time with you all and have a little bit of a friendship through the screen. But I don't pretend that you are somehow have some obligation to try to make this channel succeed, whatever that would mean. So we're just friends together playing these games together. And I do appreciate you sharing your time with me. All right, so 5,000 subscribers. That's kind of exciting. I asked the channel how you would like to celebrate 5,000 subscribers and 5 years. And one of the ideas was to have a kind of marathon. The flu has gotten stepped on that a little bit. But I put up a poll on the YouTube channel and on Discord, and overwhelmingly in both cases, the vote was to have a 5 or 6 day marathon where I stream every night, rather than having what I thought was going to be the most popular, like a weekend marathon where I go 16 hours or 10 hours a day for 2 days, something like that. I thought that would be more different, more interesting. It's not that unusual that I stream most of the days of the week, but anyway, you guys voted. You decided that you'd rather have a week-long series of streams. So I was planning on having a live Q&A this weekend and starting that little marathon, but I think it would probably be smarter to give myself a week to warm back up to speaking. I am caught up on sleep, thankfully. So I think what we'll do is we'll either do the marathon this coming week or more likely the week after, and then next week there'll be a live Q&A channel update, and we can talk more about these things. All right. Is there anything else to talk about? Does anyone have any projects they're working on? Any hobbies they want to talk about? Crystal says, I subscribe because I like board games. I am great at detective mystery games. This channel is kind of a friend group. It's great. Also inspirational. Helped me discover a new hobby, writing. Anna has written a couple cases for New York Noir that we've decided we're going to play in November or December. We've already played one of them and liked it quite a bit. Okay, let us get started then. Mockery Manor. So I gather most of this is going to be online, but there's a fair amount in this envelope here. Let's just review what we've got. Okay. Couple of books. This looks like a book on codes and ciphers. What is going to be interesting, okay, so here are the other things that this company makes. Let's take a look at it. Thank you for purchasing Mockery Manor. Let's see. There's something in the chat trying to catch my attention. As one who recommended this game, would it be okay if I gave a quick spoiler-free general suggestion to help facilitate and expedite the gameplay experience? Sure, go right ahead. Spoiler-free, though. While we're waiting for that, let's take a look at this other stuff that this company makes in case you want to support them or in case you like this, you want to read more. So there's their podcast for Mockery Manor. They also make The Ballad of Anne and Mary, another BBC audio drama, and Madame Magenta, and Magenta Presents. Horror anthology of horror and weird tales, from short stories to full cast audio drama. That sounds interesting. And then a little table of contents. If anything's missing, email them. Kyle says, I would recommend limiting interactions with puzzly elements absent a good reason to do so. That is, I would suggest not trying to preemptively solve something that looks like a puzzle. Let the story take us to the puzzles. That sounds like what you're saying and what Jonathan is recapping. Okay, I think that makes a lot of sense. It's actually pretty common to be faced with that dilemma where you've got things that look like puzzles and then you've got things that advance the narrative, and sometimes you try to solve every puzzle as soon as it looks like it's solvable. And Kyle seems to be saying, don't do that. Let the game tell you when a puzzle needs to be solved. I think that makes sense. Okay, so we're going to take that advice. Okay, lots of very cool documents, mostly written on in some form, rather than printed dense documents. They're mostly annotated. Looks like most of them are using this Pigpen cipher that we're quite familiar with. And here we have what looks like materials to create a Caesar cipher wheel, but something else. All right. We've taken a look at everything. Now I know there should be some QR code here somewhere. Let me just make sure it's not. All right, let's organize our stuff here. Maybe we'll assemble this in a bit. Let's put all these pieces out. All right, well, I thought there was supposed to be a QR code to send us to a website at some point. So I'm not sure exactly where to start. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe we'll start with this map and brochure. Mockery Manor. So I don't know anything about Mockery Manor. Those of you who listen to the podcast may. Spooky Nights Park Map, October 1998. Kyle says, better if you start with the dinner menu. Okay. And we'll start with the dinner menu. The Unidentified Frying Objects Diner. Set phasers to yum. Now, we don't even know if this is a cold case or what. It says, where is Ralph.net? So we do have a website here. Let's just take a look at what this is. We've got a diner, presumably a diner at this amusement park. I know that Mockery Manor is supposed to be an amusement park, but I don't know anything beyond that. Okay, we've got various meals. We've got a website here. And what's on the back of this? Maybe this is our case. Ralph was last seen 2240 on October 23rd, yesterday. First noticed he was missing at 2320. So that would be 1120. Last seen at 1040. Noticed he was missing at 1120. Today, 8 a.m. on October 24th. Checked his dorm bed not slept in. Clothes still in wardrobe. Poetry book still in bedside table in code. That might be referring to this. So this could be Ralph's poetry book. 9 a.m. Went to personnel manager Davina's office. Told her R is missing. She said Mockery has a high turnover and R probably just got bored and left. Hello, he wouldn't do that. I didn't leave until she took me seriously. To get rid of me, she told me there's a private investigator who lives and works in the manor. Weird. Said to talk to her, but that it's a waste of time and I should stop worrying. Sat on 4. So this is our person who's writing this document. Suspicious? Davina seemed off. Does she know something? She's colored some letters here. 10:30 a.m. Went to Manor, spoke to PI. Wouldn't take the case for no fee, but she gave me a tape recorder to tape suspect interviews. 11:15. Went to Roswell crash site, drew map of site, went further into the woods, called for Ralph. Nothing. Ugh, where is he? 1300. Lunch at the UFO diner. Talked to waitress. She could barely remember who Ralph is, even though me, R, and S came in here every day for a whole week when the season started. Plan. Go back to PI, ask for access to MM computer. Mockery Manor computer. Set up investigation website to collect evidence. Give web address to S in case something happens to me. Make timeline of events and suspect list. Who was in or near the woods last night? Interview suspects. In fact, talk to everyone who works in Roswell Dreamland, including food service, cleaner, peripatetic scare actors, managers, etc. Or maybe I should talk to everyone. Should I sneak into Dee's office when she's not there? She always locks her filing cabinet. Suspicious? Okay, so here is our person writing about a missing friend. They all work at Mockery Manor, the amusement park. It looks like maybe they work in this area, Roswell Dreamland. And this is a diner in that amusement park. I assume everyone here has been to an amusement park like Disney World, etc., but maybe not. She's talking about setting up an investigation website, which is presumably this, which we're going to visit next. And S is the other friend. So she mentions the three of them eating in here for a week when they started working at Mockery Manor. R, S, Ralph, even though me, Ralph, and S. All right, so we don't know what her name is, and we don't know who S is, but the three of them seem to be friends. And she's mentioned Ralph's book of poetry, which is got lots of code. Don't know what this is about. All right, let's start by going to this website, www.whereisralph.net. Let's see. All right, meeting with Bette Armstrong, private investigator. Okay, she's told us that she's been recording. I also need to remind you that this is set in 1998. I think that's what we're meant to believe, that this is from all 1998. I suppose we should also take a look at this again. Some colored letters like O-D-R-R-O. O-R-O-R 1989. She may just be doodling. All right, let's see if we're going to get the audio to work well here.
All right then, tell me about Rory. Ralph. His name is Ralph. He's one of the scare actors. We worked together on the last stop of the Spooky Nights Trail. Which is? The Roswell crash site. It's in the Mockery Woods.
So you're an alien, are you?
Yeah. There are 4 of us. We're a family. Me and Ralph play the kids because we're short, and Jennifer Hughes and Simon Bettyworth are the mum and dad. Except Yesterday, a bunch of scare actors came down with food poisoning, including Simon. So they had the night off, and the understudy stepped in. Grog.
Grog? What kind of a name is Grog? So when did you first notice your alien friend was missing?
20 minutes past 11 last night.
How very precise.
I know, it's because we have to keep a close eye on the time. The Spooky Trail tour group enters the woods at 1:30, and the actors have to be in position 10 minutes before. Last night, when I got back to the woods at 11:20, Ralph wasn't there. And he's the team leader. He's supposed to stay behind in between scenes and reset the props and effects.
Wait, I'm lost. What do you mean you got back to the woods? Where had you been?
I'm not explaining this very well.
No, you're not.
Sorry, it's complicated. So, we do 6 scare scenes a night, and there's like loads of time in between. But management don't want us sitting around doing nothing, so they make everyone except the team leaders go into the park and sell merchandise. We have to go around with trays around our necks. I sell vodka jellies, and Jennifer does glow sticks. After about half an hour, we go back into the woods and get in position for the next scene.
But there's a fence around the park. How do you get in or out?
There's a gate behind the Roswell crash coaster, and one behind Dreamland.
You all have keys, I expect.
Yeah, the aliens, management, and the conductor.
So 11:20, Ralph isn't where he's supposed to be. And then what happened?
We had to do the scene without him. When it was over, I tried to reach him on his walkie-talkie, but he didn't answer. Maybe he was out of range. Grog thought he might have been struck by food poisoning like the others and run back to the lake house to use the toilet. There's something else I should probably mention.
Yes?
Ralph has a criminal record.
Does he now? What for?
I don't know. He didn't tell me.
I see. Look, Ash, maybe Ralph was sick of the straight and narrow and took off.
No, he wouldn't. Oh, I knew you'd think that. That's so typical. As soon as word got around that he'd been inside, everyone's attitude changed. But he's a good bloke. He'd give you the shirt off his back. He likes nature and poetry and puzzles. And he loves being a scare actor. He said he wouldn't go back to his old life if you paid him £1 million. So no, he wouldn't just up and leave. And if he did, he'd tell me first.
You trust him?
Yeah. So I'm not just going to give up on him.
Glad to hear it. Because, dear girl, you should investigate his disappearance, not me.
Huh? Me? What?
And that doesn't mean I won't help. In fact, let me see. Where is it? Take this. It's a tape recorder for recording interviews with suspects.
What?
I trust you have a few in mind.
A few?
Suspects! Do keep up. I suggest you make a list.
Oh, wait. I'm not a detective. I came to you for help. I wouldn't know where to start.
I just told you, write a suspect list. And then go through the bins. People chuck out all sorts of things. Make sure you label where you found everything or it can get very confusing. Oh, and investigate that spate of food poisoning. You never know what's significant and what's not. And take this. It's a rough draft of my new book, Betty Armstrong's Guide to Investigation.
It's a pamphlet.
You're right, I suppose it is. But inside those flimsy covers is everything you need to crack the case wide open. And there's space in the back for notes. Also, I have a radio show, little something I do on the side. It's called Betty's Crime Time. You should tune in. You might find it useful. All right, then. Good luck. You can do it. I believe in you. Wait. Go away now. Shut the door behind you. Oh, wait. One last thing. Mockery Manor has something of a dark past. Don't go digging too deep, will you? It might not be wise or safe.
Note to self. Read Betty's pamphlet. Write a suspect list. Start piecing together what happened that night and in the days before. I can't believe I have to figure this out myself.
I need to make careful about turning on and off the audio. Okay, so we got a little bit of a suggestion about bookkeeping for ourselves. Let's see, let's try using this today. So, our private investigator in the park told us keep a suspects list. We've already got Davina on there. track timeline information. And Ralph, we are told, seen last at 10:40 or 10:20. 10:40. And then, okay. And then we're also told that there is food poisoning incidents the night of or before. And then she told us about a map, or yeah, we know about a map. And they mentioned how they work. So what did she say? We can take a look at the transcript of that. We'll look at that again if we wanted to. But I think she was saying that they have to get in and out of the park through the gate. Is that right? Like they perform these acts six times a day or something, and then in the interim they have to come out and sell stuff. She told us about how there's a gate, 2 gates, I think, in and out of the park. We might want to, in fact, let's just take a look at this transcript to get a feel for how this works here. So here's our transcript. So we won't worry about going into too much detail or taking too many notes while we play this game, because we can come back and read this later. But 4 of us, me and Ralph, play the kids. Jennifer and Simon are the mom and dad. So that's probably S, is Simon. Yesterday, a bunch got food poisoning, including Simon. So the understudy stepped in, Grog. So I guess these people are all suspects. I mean, when the normal people get sick, the understudies are always suspects. Simon and Jennifer Hughes. I'm not going to take super detailed notes as we play until it seems clear that we're going to need to. Let's see. When did you notice something wrong? Past 11. I just want to read the part about where she says about the park. Okay. She says, we do 6 scare scenes a night. Time in between, they want them to go into the park and sell merchandise. She says, we go back to the woods and get in position for the next scare. And she says, there's a fence around the park. How do you get in and out? There's a gate behind Roswell Crash Coaster and one behind Dreamland. So let's look at that for a second. She says there's a gate behind the coaster and Dreamland. Is she saying there's a gate? Is she saying this is the gate? Or is she saying the gate is not labeled on this map? I guess they're going into the woods, so the gate is shown off screen. There's Mockery Manor. They're working in Dreamland, I guess. Or Roswell. Maybe F? Roswell Forest is F. Okay, so there's the forest that she's talking about. Look how cool this is. Fantasyland, Dreamland, Roswell, the Village, Empire Land. There's Mockery Manor itself. Let's familiarize ourselves with the basics of this map here. Food and drink, toilets, information, spooky trail, Kyber fast pass attraction, public payphone, defibrillator, first aid, lost property. Attractions are closed or daytime only, will not operate during spooky nights, evening hours. So we've got lettered trails, I guess. That's what these are, like A, C, F. That's another trail. The F trail. The E trail. Are they all on this thing? I see. A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, so that is the spooky trail that goes from outside the park and walks through the entire park. And then we've got lots of specific exhibits that we could learn about. Here are the points along the trail: theme train, witch experience, and so on, ending at the Roswell Forest. All right. And more about the exhibits, $2 off. How to get there? Pretty elaborate. All right, let's go back to the website here and click on next. What else do we have? Okay, so we can listen to interviews with various people. I guess we're just, I don't know if we want to start listening to these or examine our documents first. I think maybe we won't try to solve anything, but before we start listening to more stuff, I think we should at least get some idea of the documents we have in front of us. All right, we have our map and brochure. We have our menu, which we looked at. Start with the investigator guide. Yeah, let's do that because that's what she suggested to herself that we do. So this is the private investigator that she just talked to. Guess I can turn this on. Where is my... There. Okay. All right, let's take a look at this. So this is the notes that the private investigator is writing a book. And she's got her notes about trying to get this book published. We don't publish pamphlets. Rejected reason, we don't understand what this is supposed to be. Duh. Rejected reason, where's the rest of it? What the hell? Needs to be longer. Ugh, add pictures. So she's trying to publish this book, Guide to Deduction. The PI. She's not having much luck. But here's her draft. You don't need a formal education to become a detective. Private eyes aren't made in the classroom, they're made in the street. Detectives have an exemplary attendance record at the University of Hard Knocks, where they take modules in danger, deception, healthy misanthropy, and staring at things until they make sense. In this book, I'll guide you through the techniques that make me a world-class private dick. But when the heat is on and it's your bum against the fire, no, that's rubbish. You're a lone wolf. It's down to you. I'll forget it. Come back to this later. Write something cool and hard-boiled. She's made a note to rewrite that part. Okay, Chapter 1, TV Detectives. What can we learn from Poirot, a detail-oriented little Belgian with a secret well of rage? Consider finding a well-meaning idiot to bounce ideas off of. Sherlock. Does that blob of hot sauce upon a suspect's shirt point to a favored Tex-Mex? Can someone's background be ascertained by a location-specific word choice? Hot tip. A bread roll is called something different every 10 paces in Britain. The Inuit have 100 words for snow. We have 1,000 for a dull circular loaf. Columbo, ego. Professional criminals have huge egos and are susceptible to flattery. Let them think you're some fool who's dazzled by their charm. Ask a lot of silly questions. Bury a couple of not-so-silly questions amongst them. So these are tips she's learned from each of the detectives. Columbo, one of my favorites. That's some very good tips. That is the strategy he uses. Angela Lansbury, friendship. If you're friends with literally half the town, you'll hear all sorts of useful gossip. And if someone acts in a hostile manner toward you and or evades your questions, then they definitely have a secret. Even if they're not the murderer, their secret probably connects to the murder in some way. Or maybe they're just a prick. Basil, the great mouse detective. See entry for Sherlock. Same character minus the IV cocaine. So Basil, the mouse detective, was books written about a mouse who lives under the floorboards or in the walls of Sherlock Holmes's house and is himself a detective. Very cute. Okay, Miss Marple. Like Columbo, an arrogant criminal may be inclined to dismiss Miss Marple on first glance. Use their bias against them. Allow them to think you're harmless. Just because someone is white-haired and smells of lavender doesn't mean they're not sharp as a tack and capable of strangling Nazis. Not sure Miss Marple did this. Might be misremembering. Sam Spade. Wear a trench coat. You never know when it might rain, especially in Britain. Also, sometimes people circle things in newspapers and leave them lying about, and those things turn out to have great significance. From Magnum P.I., she's learned maybe get a mustache. All of the above have mastered the art of disarming chat. Engage the mark in casual conversation. A throwaway comment might seem innocuous, but wait, perhaps it contradicts something else that's been said. Where there are contradictions, there are lies, and where there are lies, there are secrets. Bread roll guide to the United Kingdom. Okay, so she mentioned that bread rolls are called something different in different parts of Britain. Okay, hardly seems relevant to us, but maybe if we hear someone mentioning a bread roll, we know where they came from. Maybe we can catch them in a lie, and if they're lying, maybe they have secrets. Chapter 2, means, motives, opportunity. Means, if you want to bake a cake, you need to develop the right skills and assemble the ingredients and tools. Do you have a cake tin? Have you done this recipe before? Do you have the stamina and technique required to whip air into the batter? No? Congratulations, your cake is an abomination. When a victim has been poisoned, that means the killer was in possession of, you guessed it, poison. How did they know what poison to use and how to administer it? What practical steps did they take to procure said poison? Did they buy it, steal it, borrow it from a friend of their mom's who's an herbalist? That's a great description of means. Motive. This is the why of the crime. Most criminals harbor deep feelings of inadequacy. To counter this, they seek status. The accumulation of vast wealth is less to do with fancy cars and designer clothes, and more to do with proving to your old schoolmates that you're pretty cool, actually. Oftentimes, the dastardly criminal is a great big loser, and they know it. But save your pity for their victims, because a good detective has no mercy. A good detective pokes and prods at a suspect until their carefully constructed facade crumbles, and all the petulance, self-loathing, and jealousy comes bursting out like pus from a popped boil. On the other hand, some criminals are not human boils. They steal bread because they're hungry. They access illegal services because they're trying to help a loved one. Compassion and mercy have an important place in the great detective's arsenal. Opportunity. Once again, the glamour of crime is hit in the face with the pie of practicality. Even elite criminal masterminds must engage with bus timetables and arrange for someone to dog sit. In order to enact a crime, the criminal must be in the right place at the right time. Not only that, they must be in the right place at the right time with the right tools. And of course, before that, they had to be in the right place at the right time to get the information that enabled them to access the right victim at the right time and place. In addition, they needed to be in the right place at the right time to ask the right person to give them an alibi. There are many steps before a crime can occur, and many of those steps are greased with lube. Talking of which, Chapter 3. When criminals mess up, they always do, opportunity for the detective comes a-knocking. When an event has a lot of moving parts, something always goes wrong. The more variables there are, the more problems arise. The ill-prepared criminal makes a lot of mistakes, but even the well-prepared criminal struggles to plan for every eventuality. Something will always surprise them. In the event of a surprise, the criminal is forced to go off plan and improvise. This can lead to bad choices, and when bad choices are made, clues are left behind. Example: a murder has occurred and the villain underestimated their prey. During the scuffle, the victim broke their assailant's nose. Vast amounts of blood splashed onto the floor. Oh no, what is the killer to do? They can't leave their DNA at the scene of the crime. In order to evade detection, the fiend considers cleaning all traces of blood from the area. But they haven't factored in the time it takes to do so, nor have they brought the appropriate cleaning equipment. They must improvise a better solution and fast. They decide to create a new crime scene. If it looks like the crime happened elsewhere, the detective will try to find clues and DNA in the wrong location. To do this, they must move the body, but that's not easy. How exactly are they to move the body? Corpses are heavy. They're also distinctly corpse-shaped, even to the casual observer. What if someone sees them? Is there a handy-dandy carpet they can use or a hidden route they can take? Removing the body will also take extra time. Will the criminal need to cancel their evening plans? Did these plans involve other people? If so, what excuse will they give? Does the extended time frame interfere with their alibi? With one broken nose, the criminal has a veritable buttload of new problems, and any solution they come up with on the spot are unlikely to be watertight. And when things aren't watertight, leaks occur. In this metaphor, leaks equal clues. A good detective looks for the messy bits and constructs a timeline. Chapter 4, using psychics and mediums in investigations. If you're completely stuck, you can ask one of those weirdos for help with your investigation, but be warned, they never give a straight answer. Expect infuriating riddles and esoteric-sounding gibberish. With that said, I know one medium psychic who's fairly no-nonsense, but I only consult with her if I'm absolutely desperate because she's very annoying. Interview MM for this chapter. Okay, there's a psychic we want to talk to. Chapter 5, Red Herrings and Cul-de-sacs. Sometimes you might spend ages following a promising set of clues only to find that it leads you to a blind alley. The trouble is, most people have skeletons in their closet. Loads of people lie. Sometimes they lie for the silliest reasons. I think I have to take a break here. All right, we're back. That's what you're in for tonight. Halfway in, I'm going to be coughing, have to take a break. What can we do? All right, so we were almost done reading Bet Armstrong's Guide to Deduction. So far, very impressed with this game, this case here. Okay, Chapter 5, Red Herrings. Sometimes you might spend ages following a promising set of clues only to find that it leads you up a blind alley. The trouble is, most people have skeletons in their closet, and loads of people lie. Sometimes they lie for the silliest reasons. You must sift through the detritus of human misbehavior to find that which you seek. Chapter 6, Case Study Number 1, The Case of the Dubious Stallion. Note, get assistant to transcribe all cases from the tapes, then resend manuscript to publishers. Okay, so this looks like our girl making a suspect list based on the advice of Bet. This is her handwriting and her red pen. So she's written a suspect list for us. Let's see what we got. Spooky nurse. Name? Guest. Comes back night after night. Seen her on the spooky trail 5+ times. I think she's saying that one suspect is a guest to the park who dresses as a spooky nurse. She doesn't know her name. Next suspect is Grog, roaming zombie, understudy for Roswell and Ward Carnarvon's Curse of the Were-Mummy, argued with Ralph. That's our number one suspect right there. Jennifer, I guess she plays the alien mum, hates Ralph. Why? Don't know. The Spooky Nights disco DJ rarely takes off his Halloween mask, which is a frog, asks staff a lot of questions. Walter, creepy, just appears sometimes, and it's like, where did you come from? Owen, entertainment director in charge of trail and spooky disco podium dancers. Does he have anger issues? R told me that Owen put him on PIP. Don't know what that means. Trying to get R fired. Parker, JJ, and Davina, managers. Mockery has a dark past. What do they know? What do they know? Simone, us three were buddies until LH gossiped about R. Okay, I'm not sure what that is about. Till LH gossip about R. Don't know what LH is. Okay, someone in the chat was saying that I should have referred to Basil, the mouse, instead of Basil, the mouse. Okay, that was actually a very helpful little guide there. Look for people lying about something small, maybe that'll lead us to something big. Let's take a look at the other documents that we've got before we move along. Staff notice board. For payphone change, see Davina. We've got Madame Magenta. Oh, that's MM, Madame Magenta. She's the medium psychic that we want to talk to. More colored letters. Don't know why, if it's just for fun. I mean, they've colored in everything they can color in. So, okay. But people visiting the caravan on October 18th for the psychic. Remember, today is the 24th. Troublemakers banned from park entry. Alec Caldwell for repeated brawling. Ashley Bruce for pickpocketing. Joey Jett, unauthorized pursuit. And Paul Baker, there's a restraining order against him. Someone lost their locker key. Someone making a note about stop stealing food. First aid department has got some items available. Anti-venom, plasters, anti-laxatives. Lake House dorm room location, Halloween 98. So now we know who's living with who. So if you were looking for suspects, we might say, where is Ralph and who is he living with? So where is our Ralph? There's Ralph Teller, living in room 3 with Owen, Simon, Grog, Luke, and Walter. And now we know his last name, Ralph Teller, which is consistent with his poetry book, which looks like this front thing is in several different codes. And it looks like we're getting a little translation key here. Like there's a T-E-L-L-E-R. You can see there's the double L's. So this is going to be Pigpen cipher, but here is confirmation that we understand it. And then this is going to be Ralph, R-A-L-P-H. So what we've got here is 3 different ciphers being used, and this is our example that will tell us we understand it correctly, because RALPH maps to HQBFX in some fashion, and somehow RALPH also maps to 10194826. So once we understand why that's the case, maybe that's going to be enough to decode all of the different ciphers in this book. I see him using Caesar cipher. Ah, yeah, there's the numeric cipher. And there's the alphabet cipher. Okay, so with this key, it feels like we should be able to make sense of most of that. October 24th, 1998. So, taken today, this photograph of the notice board. What is this thing here in the corner? Like a little postcard. Roswell crash coaster. And someone drew a drawing here of a cat killing an alien. All right, let's see what else we have. Fast. Maybe, is it wrong to be examining this stuff now? Maybe we should wait until someone mentions it. Here's a Spooky Nights postcard. She's drawn in it. I guess we're gonna... Oh, here are the gates. Remember, she talked about 2 gates. Here's a gate to Roswell and a gate to Dreamland. And here, rough patch through the trees. Grog, Jen, me, and Ralph. This is the performance. Hatch, electrical plumbing, and another hatch. Big screen showing forced perspective, fantasy landscape, very cool, also good cover. I see, so she's saying, and there's a chain link fence. So there's a screen that they project something on as part of their performance. And maybe they perform here. They could get out into the park. Okay. Roswell crash coaster. We don't know who this belonged to. 10:47 p.m. Not relevant to us until we know what it's for. But there's a note on the back. How long until you talk to me? It wasn't me that started the rumor. I didn't like him. I did not do it. Pretty sure it was my creepy little shadow, but I don't know how he found out. I didn't tell him. I know you think I did. He found out on his own, so just talk to me. Found in dorm bin 4. Okay, Seems like we're going to learn about that, so maybe it's a little premature for us to... I guess I'm going to skip these things until they come up. We heard about the spooky nurse as a suspect. That looks like that might be the person she's talking about. Here is a card from the medium. Are you feeling stuck, unable to progress? Do you need answers? If you really need a hint, you can ask Magenta. Okay, so this seems like it's saying to us as a sort of meta comment that if we need help with the game, the medium can help us. So maybe we're going to be avoiding her unless we get stuck. We have an emergency cleaner end of night report. We've got Mockery Manor Lori Bay schedule, which we don't have any reason to care about yet. And we have performance improvement plan. Oh, that's the PIP we were hearing about. All right, so we're not going to look at these in detail yet until we see them mentioned somewhere or until we run out of other stuff to do. For now, though, I think we're going to return to the interviews. All right, so we saw she made a suspect list here. The nurse, Grog, Jennifer, Walter, Owen, the disco DJ. And then if we look here, we see some of those people. So let's just click on Simone up at top here. Okay, here is Simone.
Do you really think something's happened to Ralph? Well, do you think he'd just up and leave without saying anything to either of us? No, but maybe his mum's in the hospital and he had to go be with her or something like that. Both his parents are dead. An old friend, then? He doesn't have any friends outside Mockery. He doesn't have anyone. That's not true. He has you. And me. Except you've been avoiding him. Don't deny it, Simone. Ugh. Why? What changed? You heard he'd been to prison, is that it? Come on, Ash. Give me some credit. I don't listen to Lake House gossip. And besides, Ralph told me about his past ages ago. It didn't bother me then, and it doesn't bother me now. You already knew? Yeah. We worked on the same ride a couple of years ago when that murder happened in Claytonville. It was a weird time. We got close, shared secrets, swore a blood oath, you know, the usual. And then we both joined Puzzle Club, and that was it. Friends for life. Puzzle Club? We do cipher wheels, Rosicrucian code, Morse. It's fun. It runs over the summer. Davina set it up years ago. She had something to do with cryptology during the Cold War. She did? Yeah. I'm surprised she's allowed to talk about it. Who else was in Puzzle Club? Anyone I know? Walter would pop in when we did logic puzzles, but he couldn't get his head round it. Grog came in a couple of times. Grog? He didn't stay long. He thinks he's too cool for Puzzle Club. So Grog's worked at Mockery before? Doesn't seem to like it much here. Why would he come back? Dunno. So, did Ralph tell you he'd been inside, or did you find out the same time everyone else did? He told me. But he told me not to tell anyone, because he didn't want them to treat him differently. And then everyone found out, and guess what? Everyone treated him differently. I wonder how they all found out. You still haven't told me why you're avoiding Ralph. Ash, it's private. Is it because of your sister? She hates him, doesn't she? Yeah. But I don't let her dictate who I'm allowed to be friends with. We're not talking at the moment anyway. So even if she wanted to tell me what to do and who to speak to, she can't, because she thinks the first one to speak loses. Doesn't stop her from leaving notes on my pillow, though. What's the argument about? Ash! It's private! Oh, okay, fine. If you must know, it's about Ralph. Jen knows I like him. Like him. Oh! That's why I'm avoiding him. 'Cause I asked him out. You did? And he said no. No, really? And it was really awkward, so I put some distance between us. Wow, okay. I didn't know you liked him like that. He's kind of old. Yeah, that's what he said too.
You're right, Ash. It is weird Ralph left without saying goodbye.
Simone, can you think of anything else you've seen or heard that seems strange?
Well, don't you think it's odd that loads of people got food poisoning when there's no staff canteen?
Yes! We don't eat the same things. How did that even happen?
I've actually got a theory about that. I think they did eat the same thing. I think it's connected to the food theft issue at the lake house. I think someone tried to teach the thieves a lesson by deliberately poisoning their own container of food. You see this? I designed a grid based on the food preferences of the victims and drew it on the back of some scrap paper I took from Davina's office. It should tell us which Tupperware they were all dipping into that day. Here, look.
Wow, amazing. Tell me when you solved it.
Take it. You can solve it yourself.
Can't you do it?
Ash, you'll never qualify for Puzzle Club with an attitude like that.
I don't want to join puzzle... Okay. Thank you for the grid.
You're welcome. I'll leave you to solve it. Unless you have any other questions.
I suppose I should do the, where were you between the times of X and Y thing. So, the last time I saw Ralph was at 10:40 last night, just before I headed into the park to sell merchandise. Where were you?
You're asking me if I have an alibi? Wow, okay. No, I get it. Everyone's a suspect until they're not. I was guiding a tour group around the park, like I do every night.
Okay. Oh, I just remembered something. Last night, you were late.
I was? When? Late to what? The woods?
Yeah. After Ralph disappeared, I kept looking at my watch thinking, when's he going to show up? Where is he? The next group's going to be here any second. We'll have to start without him. But it was like 11:40 by the time you all arrived.
So I was a few minutes late. So what? I've been late before. If someone gets sick or we get a slow walker in the group.
Is that what happened last night?
Yeah, slow walker. Really slow. Had to skip Gunga Dindins or we'd never have finished in time. Oh, wow. Talking of time, I have to go. I have badminton.
Wait, Simone!
Laters, yeah? Bye!
Where the hell is she playing badminton?
All right, so rather than take detailed notes, maybe we can just focus on the psychology. I mean, she was clearly caught lying there about why she was late. Let me just see what clicking on read the transcripts give us. So here we are talking to Simone. And we learned that Simone asked Ralph out. He said no. We learned that her sister... Now, we kept hearing this little bell come up about clues. So it says, on the screen, the word clue appears, accompanied by an ominous musical sting. So we're told when there are clues, when our person thinks a clue has come out. So we learn about Cipher Wheel's Rosicrucian code. I don't know what Rosicrucian code is. Make a note of that. Okay, so they're part of this puzzle club that Davina helped start, and we get a little bit of information about who's good at ciphers and who isn't. Walter does logic puzzles, but he couldn't get his head around it. So Walter's not good at codes, which seems to be a clue. Grog comes in, but he's too cool for Puzzle Club. I don't know if that means he's too good at them or he's not into ciphers. And then she says Grog worked at Mockery before, and then the clue comes up. He doesn't like it much. Why would he come back? She says, don't know. Did Ralph tell you he'd been inside? What do you mean inside? We worked the same ride. It was a weird time. We got close. I don't understand this question. Did Ralph tell you he'd been inside, or did you find out the same time everyone else? He told me not to tell anyone. Oh, inside jail. He'd been arrested. He hasn't passed. And then Simone already knew. And then we ask her, why are you avoiding him? She says it's private. And then we say it's because of your sister. She hates him. And that's a clue. And Simone admits, yeah, sister hates him, but I don't listen to her. Then we're told the sister leaves notes on Simone's pillow. That's a clue. Which I wonder if that's this thing here. Maybe we'll reassemble that. She leaves note on her pillows, and then we ask, come on, why is she upset? And then she says, it's Ralph. She knows I like him. And that's why I'm avoiding him, because I asked him out and he said no. And then we said, I didn't know you like him like that. And then Simone gives us her theory about the food poisoning. She says, I think they all ate the same food, not at the canteen, but at the lake house. Someone poisoned some Tupperware and they all ate out of it. Maybe they're stealing food from someone. And then she says she made a grid that's going to help us figure it out. And then we get this whole discussion about where was she at 10:40. She says she was leading a tour group. And then we say, you were late last night. And she says, was I late to coming back? And she says, yeah. After Ralph disappeared, the tour group should come back that Simone is leading, but they were late. And she says it was 11:40 by the time the tour group got back. And then Simone says I was 10 minutes late. That's normal. We had a slow walker. Maybe she gives a clue about, she says we had to skip Gunga Din. So maybe that's a clue if we can catch her in a lie. I'm not sure what we would do with that if we did catch her in a lie, though. Any other observations from the group here? The dots and the grid. Okay, it sounds like the Pigpen cipher then. Okay. So let's see if we don't have access to that grid she's talking about. She said it's on the back of Davina's. Oh, man. Okay, so here's the grid she's talking about that we just learned about. So she's made a grid of who ate what. And this is on Davina's sheet. There is a 20% chance that this live stream is not going to work. That I'm going to get some cough and I'm not going to be able to stop. I can imagine that this is a bit annoying, but I couldn't wait any longer. All right, so we've got this document. I think this is double clue. Right here we've got some document from Davina. We've got her handwriting. And we've got performance improvement plan for Ralph. So we probably want to take a look at this, but then we also want to study this puzzle that Simone has made to help us figure out what was poisoned. So let's see. Well, I guess we'll start here since this is what we were working on. Let's take a close look at this. So what she's got across the top is each item of food at the lake house. There's the creamy chickpea salad, which is Owen's Tupperware. Home-cooked roast chicken from Ralph's Tupperware. Cheesecake from Walter. Spotted dick with suet, which was unlabeled. Winter vegetable soup from Ralph. Stilton cheese, which was unlabeled. BSC #1 burger patties from Simon's. Oxtail soup, witch's fingers from Simon. So Simon has a bunch of stuff. Okay. And I guess what we're expecting, I guess we're going to be given more. But if you had to guess what's going to happen is we're going to get clues that's going to say, like, Simon's is a vegetarian, so he wouldn't have eaten the burger. And so on. And then we're going to find out there's only one dish that they all could have been stealing from and eating. And that's going to be our poison dish. So let's see if all the clues are here, if we're going to get them later. On the day that Ralph disappeared, the first aid records show 3 staff members suffered food poisoning and asked for medication to ease stomach cramps. The 3 afflicted staff members must have eaten the same thing, as they all had similar symptoms, although only one of them, Simon, had such explosive symptoms that he couldn't go to work. So Simon ate the most of this. You might expect that it's one of Simon's actual Tupperware. He would have eaten the most from his own. So if you had to just guess from the start of it, you might say it's going to be one of these 2. Not for sure, though. At the lake house staff accommodation, there have been complaints about people stealing each other's food. Simon shares a kitchenette with the guys in his dorm, and some of them are definitely dipping into each other's Tupperware containers without asking. For patient confidentiality reasons, the first aid records don't specify who was afflicted, though obviously you know that Simon was one of them. So I've put the names of everyone from Simon's dorm into the grid above. I spoke to them. No one admits to stealing food, plus none of them can remember if they ate their own food that day. But I know that, okay, here are our constraints. Owen's a vegetarian. When I asked him if he stole food, he denied it, but he seemed very shifty. So Owen's a vegetarian. So you know if they all got poisoned from the same food, it's not a meat food because Owen wouldn't have eaten meat. Luke told me he only eats things containing meat if Owen got sick, but we're not really sure that Owen got sick, right? 3 staff members. So this is irrelevant if they're not one of the people that got sick. She says the confidentiality means we're not told. So of all these people, Owen, Ralph, Walter, Simon, Luke, Grog, only 3 of them got sick. So we only care about the patterns of the people who got sick, which we don't know yet. All right, let's keep looking at this. Ralph is lactose intolerant. He won a wheel of cheese, swapped it for some soup. He never eats park food. He would never steal food. Okay, so probably Ralph is irrelevant for us and didn't get sick. Grog was sent pudding by his gran. That's going to be possibly the suet. Or the spotted dick, maybe. Which he doesn't want to eat, so he gave it to Simon, who loves old-fashioned puds. Grog doesn't like fruit or vegetables. Walter has a sweet tooth. He loves theme park food, cheese. He also enjoys food that doesn't require chewing. Simon asks the theme park restaurants and food stalls for any leftover or expired food, shares it with his dorm mates. If anyone offers him food, he always accepts. Simon seems very genuine when he says he'd never steal food. Ralph made chicken, told everyone they could take some whenever they wanted. Owen made soup, offered it to everyone. He remembers 3 people accepted, though he can't remember who. All 4 of them ate it together and all agreed it was very creamy and unctuous. Okay, so it's not going to be that because 4 people ate that. So, and only 3 got sick. Deduce who came down with food poisoning from Simon's dorm and what food item all 3 ate, and the person who owns the poisoned Tupperware. Note, Suet is non-vegetarian. Is that enough to solve this puzzle? It doesn't feel like it is to me. But maybe it is. But let's work on it later. And keep our eye open for if we're going to get more clues to help us fill this in. Maybe we've got enough. Okay, let's take a look at the performance improvement plan that Davina wrote. We know Davina wrote it based on the interview with Simone. Okay, it's a performance improvement plan for Ralph, who's a scare actor at Roswell and a team leader. And he reports to Owen Llewellyn. Expectation, scare actor, Tuesday to Saturday evening, 6 scares a night. Team leader, Roswell scare team, Tuesday to Saturday evenings. In-park character, Saturday to Sunday daytime. Roswell team here's our areas of concern, reported by Davina and Owen, who's the entertainment director. Roswell team has deviated from script and choreography as set out during the rehearsal period. The alien song is entirely missing. He cut it without consulting me. He's leading a mutiny. He refuses feedback, refuses additional rehearsals. He's rude, abrasive, disobedient, and defiant. Adherence to vision. Managers who insist on reinstatement of song, a return to the original choreography, adherence to my script, an ultimatum to be issued. R is to listen to me or be fired. Tell Owen I am not enforcing this. I'm not sure who's writing this. It looks like a manager. Okay, tell Owen, but not Owen, obviously. What are the resources available to complete the activities outlined in this action plan? My time and passion. I'm willing and eager to impose extra rehearsals for Ralph and the whole Roswell team, although I insist on being paid for this imposition. I know my rights. And then it's signed. Maybe this is Davina writing this. And this is Owen writing in blue. I thought this was saying me and Owen, but I think he's saying me, Owen. So I guess this is Owen has filed this and given it to Davina. And maybe Davina is writing these notes saying, tell Owen I am not enforcing this. And then Owen has signed this. Yes, Owen has signed this, I guess. And Davina has written, nope. She's saying, ignore this. Complaint is invalid. Note to self, never hire Owen again. Absolute pain in my arse. Okay, so Davina is the one writing in black, commenting on this report sent to her by Owen, the entertainment director. Owen has written this song. It's not being performed. He wants Ralph to be fired if Ralph doesn't fix things. Davina says, no, this is an invalid complaint. All right, we could try to solve this, but we have nothing to do with it yet anyway, so we're not going to worry about it. Oh my God, the audio has been off for the last half hour. All right. And the alert alerted me, but I didn't see the light. Okay. All right. So I muted the audio while I was coughing and I didn't turn it back on. It was just off during this. Just off while I was reassembling this. Okay, that's good. Maybe it's because I had a different split screen. All right, thank you for catching it. It was just off while I was reassembling this, is what you're saying. All right. Okay. All right, no big deal then. All right, I gotta be careful. I gotta not turn off the audio. All right, so what are we looking at here? A staff meal voucher entitles the bearer to one main menu item, one slushy flavor green only. But it expires months before our current date. All right, let's flip this and see if we can reassemble it. Why am I having a hard time doing this? Okay, so we've got two messages, one in black. We do have some handwriting that we could compare to. This doesn't really look... In fact, here's our note from our protagonist who's telling this story, Ash. She's made a little note here. She says, found in dorm room bin 3. Blackmail notes to 3 separate people. Were these a first draft? Were they ever sent? Did they check it out? Okay, so we've got blackmail notes, but I'm not going to read this yet because we've not seen any reference to it. but I'll just put it aside. Again, found in dorm bin 3. This is also found in dorm room bin 3. So we're going to learn about that in a second. All right, let's go back, and then we've got something found in dorm room bin 4. Okay, so why don't we wait till we start interviewing people in those dorm rooms before we start worrying about that. What about this? So we've got, here are 2 things that belong to Ralph. Here's his poetry book, but there's also his Trail and Disco Scare Actor Handbook. He's playing the alien dad. We've got his locker key, 008. What about this locker key we found? Does that have a number? Doesn't look like it's got any identification on it. Locker key 8, fence gate key 1, Dreamland fence gate key 1. He wears an alien mask. That's interesting. Is someone drawing this about killing Ralph? He wears a silver spacesuit, including gloves, silver boot overlay, and orb on a stick. Authorized by Davina. Okay, let's take a look at this. This is pretty. Message from our founder, Margot Mockery. Greetings! Whether you've worked with us before over the summer or Christmas season, or you're brand new to the Wizard Entertainment family, we want you to have a fabulous, safe, and spooky time at Mockery Manor. Halloween Spooky Nights is a special time for us. For the month of October, we reopen our gates to the public and invite all the Manor's ghosts to join in the fun. It's your responsibility to immerse the guests in all the horrors the park has to offer. In this handbook, you'll find information about our expectations, staff duties, walkie-talkie responsibilities, and costumes. And if you're staying in the off-site staff accommodation, the lake house, please see the notice board for house rules. Please do not remove the house rules from the notice board. This happens far too much and will not be tolerated. Signed, Margot Mockery. Count Cracula says, walkie-talkie batteries and costume hygiene spray available in the personnel manager's office in the lake house. Please keep costumes and walkie-talkies in your lake house locker when not working. Scare actor hours and commitments. Throughout October, the park will be open for normal daytime hours on Saturdays and Sundays. From Tuesday to Saturday, the park will be open in the evening for the Spooky Nights special event. Scare actors are to sell merchandise throughout the park on Saturday and Sunday daytimes. Vodka jellies to be substituted for spooky lollipops during daytime hours. Saturday, Sunday daytime hours 9 to 5. Tuesdays to Saturday evening hours 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. Some attractions will be closed during spooky night hours. Please see park map for full details. Spooky Nights Trail and Disco. The Spooky Nights Trail and Spooky Nights Disco are optional extras for guests attending Spooky Nights. These are additional purchases. Tickets can be purchased at ye olde guest services in the village. Prices are $11.99 for the Spooky Nights Trail and $4.99 for the Spooky Nights Disco. The Spooky Nights Trail ticket entitles guests to free entry to the Spooky Nights Disco, 10% off merchandise, 30% off Madame Magenta's Caravan of Fortune, and 15% off food and drink, which excludes alcohol. Please make sure that all trail guests have a valid ticket. You may pick up drunken stragglers as the group is guided through the park, it is the conductor's responsibility to tell them to go away. In a polite but firm fashion, all scare actors must know about every part of the tour, not just their own scare section. Scare actors may be called upon to understudy other roles around the park in the event of staff absence. And it looks like we have some rules here. Groups consist of no more than 20. Each group has a tour guide, which is referred to as the conductor. An efficient trail takes 42 minutes. It must not overrun. Each trail begins inside the first carriage on the Mockery steam train, situated outside the front gates of the park. The trail is marked on the map. This is the trail we noticed before. 6 stops, which are the scare scenes on the trail. Steam trail, steam train, village witches, Gunga Din Din, sound and light show, Manor vampires, Lord Carnarvon's curse of the Were Mummy, and the Roswell crash site. Each scene lasts between 3 and 7 minutes. There's 1 trail per hour. The first trail begins at 6 p.m. The last trail departs at 11 p.m. If delays occur during a trail, slow gas faintings, biohazard eruptions, problems with scare scenes, the conductor must make up time. If necessary, scare scenes can be skipped or truncated. Conductor to inform team leaders if and when needed. Team leaders are responsible for resetting props and effects between scenes. Scare actors must be in place 10 minutes before their scene. Scare actors must sell merchandise between scare scenes. Merch trays are the responsibility of the individual. Takings and remaining stock to be handed over to the team leader at the end of the night. Team leaders are responsible for refilling change, restocking the merch trays, and handing in the team's takings daily and submitting the weekly merch report to the on-duty manager on Mondays. Okay, so we were told Simone was late by 10 minutes. She said she skipped the Gunga Dins, but she was still ended up late, which is a bit suspicious. Wow, more. Procedures for accidents, emergencies, spills, hazards, illegal activity. Most members of the staff will not be issued with walkie-talkies. If this is you and you need to report a minor spill or biohazard, you must find the nearest staff member with the walkie-talkie, which includes team leaders, which we know Ralph was one of. Peripatetics, wandering scare actors. Peripatetic means you wander about. So they're talking about people dressed up and who don't have a specific thing to do. They just wander about. Food service staff members. The team leader, peripatetic scare actor, or food service staff member must contact the emergency cleaner. Frequency 2. For accidents, emergencies, theft, and fights, those of you without walkie-talkies must immediately find the nearest staff member with the walkie-talkie. They will contact the manager on duty or a first aid responder or security. Remember, standard issue walkie-talkies have a limited range, approximately the radius of each land. So if you're out of range of the person you're trying to communicate with, you may have to try someone else. Walkie-talkies issued to on-duty managers, security, and emergency cleaner have a wider range that covers the whole park. For those issued with walkie-talkies, please memorize the frequencies of your nearest first aid certified staff member, the emergency cleaner, the on-duty manager, and security. There will also be a list of frequencies available to view in restricted staff areas in each section of the park. Details. Lots of interesting details here. When communicating with fellow staff members, either in person or via walkie-talkie, remain calm. Do not state the problem in front of guests. Instead, use an upbeat tone and the appropriate code. Okay, so here's some codes. The elephant has company. That means a guest has escaped into the woods. Someone bought a ticket to Ouchieville. First aid is required. Someone bought a house in Ouchieville. An ambulance is required. A cup of tea for Mr. Leaf. That means a thief is at large. Pat down thy glove, sirrah. That means there's an escalating fight. Oh, put down thy glove, sir. Escalating fight. Stop it, Terry. That means there's some harassment going on. Rear over chest. That means there's a trip hazard. I prefer my yogurt smooth. That means there's biohazard, i.e. bodily excretion. Someone vomited, perhaps. Okay, so keep your eye open for those. All right, well, that's pretty cool. Let's return to our interviews and let's hear the interview with J.J. Armstrong.
If you don't mind, Miss Armstrong, I wanted to talk to you about training opportunities and career development at Mockery.
To be honest, Davina's the one you should speak to about that, not me.
Oh, that's weird, because Davina said I should talk to you.
She did? Are you sure?
Yeah. She said you were developing a scheme for ambitious young people who want to start from the bottom and climb the ladder.
Okay. I don't really know what Davina could be referring to. I'm not developing anything like that.
Really? I must have misunderstood. Oh, that's so disappointing.
I'm sorry. I don't know why she said that.
Oh, what am I going to do now?
Okay.
All my dreams are in tatters.
It's okay. Look, you know, we don't have a scheme, but we do sometimes promote casual staff to full-time positions, so, well, you never know.
Really? That's amazing. I just really see my future here at Mockery. Any advice you could give me about working my way up would be so cool. If I could ask some questions, I'd be so grateful.
Okay, yeah, sure. Guess I've got a few minutes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. What do you want to know?
So, my friend Ralph was telling me what I should do to become a valuable employee. He's worked here for years and years, and he said you guys were going to promote him soon. You know Ralph, obviously.
Ralph. Sure. What's his surname?
Teller?
Ralph Teller. It's ringing a bell.
He's one of the scare actors. Early 40s. He's about my height, 5'3". He's missing a finger.
Oh, yes, I know who you mean. God, yeah, of course, Ralph. Sorry, a lot of people work here, so it's hard to remember everyone. But yes, I do know Ralph.
Of course. So, my question is, if I were to, say, follow Ralph's career path at Mockery and start in the same place he did...
You don't want to start where he did.
Why not?
Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have laughed. Ignore me. I've been working too hard. I forget how to communicate when I'm tired.
I don't understand.
It's nothing. It's really nothing.
Why are you laughing at my friend? Do you not like him?
No, I wasn't. I'm not laughing at him. I don't even know him.
You said you knew him.
Did I? Look, I don't know him personally, but I've heard of him. From Margot and Davina.
Sorry?
When I became a manager, they told me about a group of staff members who'd been loyal to Mockery for a long time. Your friend is one of them. So, yeah, I don't know him, but I know of him.
Okay, so why did you laugh?
Ugh, does it matter?
Why are you angry with me?
Oh my God, I'm not angry!
Have I said something wrong?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't raise my voice at staff members. Especially teenage staff members. I'm professional. God, I need a holiday. This place. Ashley, I'm not angry at you. I laughed because Ralph started as a lorry driver. Yeah, he transported equipment between Mockery and our sister parks across Europe. So, yeah, that's why I laughed. Because you'd have to drive a lorry if you wanted to follow in Ralph's career path, and obviously you don't want to do that.
Yeah, I do.
You do?
Yeah, defo. How do I get to be a Mockery lorry driver?
I think you need a special licence, like an HGV licence. And to be honest, Mockery doesn't have any vacancies for drivers. We don't even have as many lorries as we used to. Sorry.
Why don't you...
Wait, did Ralph tell you something about what he used to do?
Yeah, he did.
What? What did he say?
He said I should ask you about it.
He did he? Well, sadly, I can't help you, Ashley. You see, Ralph drove for one of my predecessors. A guy called Jenkins. And Jenkins is dead. And because he's dead, we don't need as many lorries anymore, so I'm afraid that career path isn't open. You have to find another way to rise in the ranks. If you see Ralph before I do, tell him I'd like to speak to him, would you? Good talking to you, Ashley. Best of luck in your future endeavours.
That was weird. I need to know why she reacted like that. I need to find out what Ralph really used to do for Mockery.
Okay, so she interviewed that woman who acted very suspicious, clearly knew something about Ralph's previous job working for the park. In the old days, she comes up with this thing that he was a lorry driver. It sounded like a complete lie, but then when we trick her into it, she says he drove for Jenkins and Jenkins is dead. So we definitely want to explore what is the connection to Jenkins. This could be the past murder that we heard about. And so maybe Ralph is involved in some old history at this park and maybe was killed to cover that up. I think maybe. Well, why don't we take our next break here? When we come back, we'll listen to some more interviews. Hopefully, we can learn a little bit more about Jenkins. We are back playing through Mockery Manor. So far, very high production, very high quality stuff here. Let's check in with the chat. It's been a little bit of time here. What shady stuff did Ralph do with the dead man Jenkins? That's what we're all wondering. Something also a little bit odd is that the detective is Bet Armstrong, and the person we just talked to now is JJ Armstrong, the manager. So maybe they're related. I wonder, is it time for us to decode this message? These messages here? I mean, if we're wondering what he was involved in, I've reinvented who I am. What right have I to that? When Blank tried to do the same, I squashed his efforts flat. Lorry sunk in inky lake. Lorry load of guilt. This sounds like he might be talking about what happened in the past. Look at that. Wizard Entertainment. It's a lorry that's sunk into a lake. A lorry sunk in inky lake because someone told me to. Jenkins. A lorry sunk in an inky lake because Jenkins told me to. I ask no questions in this job. What blank says I do. ARMSTRO. No, it's someone else. But I've done my time for this. It's now, and that was then. Yet blank from my blank is trying to drag me back again. So he may have, we don't know what he went to jail for, but maybe he went to jail for this. He took the blame for something they made him do. And now maybe he was going to reveal that. All right, I wonder if it's time for us to decode some of this. Where is so they called this the Rosicrucian code, we think possibly, although we know it as a Pigpen code. These things, you really need a chart for this. I don't know a good way to remember it. But Bio was telling us we shouldn't work on it until we need it. You could almost guess it. You could almost figure it out just by substitution, right? Just by guessing that this is Teller. Where is it? Why isn't it resetting? Just by guessing that Teller, we could eventually, if that's Jenkins, in fact, there's the E, which is the U, so that does not match this being Jenkins. So maybe that's a different name. I'm mainly struggling with whether we should be trying to do this now. Okay, why won't that reset? All right. Kyle was advising us, don't try to work on puzzles before we need to. So let us return to our transcripts. All right. So there's Ash. What is she going to talk to herself?
In the days leading up to his disappearance, Ralph argued with everyone. Hey, Ralph! Oh, sorry. Didn't know you were with someone.
It's all right, pet. We'd finished.
Had we? I don't think so, mate.
What's going on?
None of your beeswax. Think about what I said, Ralph. Remember, they owe ya.
What did he want?
Nothing.
Ralph and
Let's
Grog.
see.
Something ties those two
Oh, it's
together.
Grog.
There was that one time. I was taking a break, hiding behind Baba Yaga's fried chicken hut, and I heard them talking to some guy.
I got your message. What do you want?
Who's this? I'm just there for emotional support.
He saw your note. I couldn't stop
We
it.
look out for each other. So tell me, Blondie, what do you want from my partner?
Information.
No, don't like this. Let's go.
Wait! I know you used to drive for Mockery and went to...
Calm down, Grog.
Do not talk to us again. Do not look at us again. Our business is not your business. If I see you around, I'm going to superglue that frog mask to your smarmy little face. Got it?
And when we were in rehearsals before the season started, the entertainment director was obsessed with Ralph.
Stop the music! You're playing an alien child, Ralph. You have to be light on your feet. Move like a spring lamb, not a bloody sheep.
Why am I always the problem? Why do you keep picking on me?
Because I know you can do better, you dolt. What I could do with your talent, and yet you squander it. Oh, Ralph, you make me absolutely livid.
Not the chair again!
And Jennifer argues with everyone, but she really hates Ralph.
Can I have a quick word, Jen? In private. In here.
So I'm bad at sales. Who the hell are you to talk to me like this anyway?
I'm your team leader, and I'm the one who has to explain why we're not selling any glue sticks. I don't want to get you in trouble, Jennifer, but I'm not covering for you.
And I'm not losing my job because you're a snitch.
And the final night of rehearsals, when we had a party at the lake house.
Every summer they crown one of the boys a Mockery Man of the Season. I won it last year.
Ralph, is that true?
Of course not. He wasn't even working here last summer. He was over in Claytonville.
I'm a sexy guy. Everyone agrees.
He's making it up. There's no Mockery Man of the Season.
Shut up. Yes, there is.
Mate, stop showing off. It's embarrassing.
Which of you ladies wants to play Spin the Bottle?
Yeah, no thanks. Mockery Man of the Season? What sadder?
Shut up. You're sad. You stink.
I guess that's
Well, you smell
Walter.
of hot dogs.
Hey, easy, girls. That's not nice. True, though.
This is all your fault. I'll get you for this, old man. See if I don't.
And then the personnel manager came in.
All right, party's over. Someone's been going through my stuff again. Who was it? Because you're in big flippin' trouble. And whoever it was broke the lock on the key cabinet, and you will pay for that. Mark my words, I'll find you. I'm after you, and I'm fast like a weasel up a drain pipe, so you better watch out. Do you hear me? Your days are numbered, Sonny Jim.
So we get some motives for why people might not like him. And then we got a little mention of people breaking into the key box again. But most interestingly, we had a meeting with Grog and some other guy that sounded like it might have been about some past details about his past life working here. That feels to me much closer to what could be like. It seems like that Grog might be trying to get him to blackmail the park to pay him off if for stuff he did and took the fall for. I think maybe we should listen to that again. Just the start of that.
In the days leading up to his disappearance, Ralph argued with everyone. Hey, Ralph! Oh, sorry. Didn't know you were with someone.
It's all right, Pet. We'd finished.
Had we? I don't think so, mate.
So Grog
What's
is
going
leaning
on?
on him.
None of your beeswax. Think about what I said, Ralph. Remember, they owe ya.
Trying to get him to blackmail
he
the
want?
park to pay him off.
Ralph and Grog. Something ties those two together. There was that one time. I was taking a
No,
break,
she's remember
hiding behind
someplace
Baba
even
Yaga's
further
fried chicken house,
past.
and I heard them talking to some guy.
I got your message. What do you want?
Who's this?
I'm just here for emotional support.
He saw your note. I couldn't stop
We
him.
look out for each other.
Oh, your note.
So tell me, Blondie, what do you want from my partner?
Information.
No, don't like this. Let's go.
Wait! I know you used to drive for Mockery and went to...
Put him down,
Okay, so that's really seems very important to us. They meet a guy in a frog mask. We read about that, or someone told us about who wears the frog mask. We're going to need to find that again. Grog calls him Blondie. And then Grog attacks him. And Blondie wrote some note. Where did we hear about the frog mask? Was it on this? Make timeline, interview everyone. Wasn't on this. Where did we see? Who told us about the frog mask person? The suspect list. Suspect list. Spooky Nights disco DJ rarely takes off his Halloween mask of a frog. The Spooky Nights disco DJ. Okay, this seems very important to me. Now, Spooky Nights. That is what all of this is happening around the Spooky Nights. Our resident DJs will be spinning monster hits from 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Disco tickets sold separately. And we weren't told when that confrontation happened, but hey, look. Here's the spooky nurse, but look who else I see. Someone wearing a frog mask. Now, one thing that's odd, though, is look at that. You can even see a name tag, Dave. However, didn't someone call him Blondie? Why would that guy be called Blondie? That's a little bit confusing. Trousers, meowsers. Alright, well that seems important though. Maybe we're gonna run into some Dave again, and we'll see. Alright. Let's go back. Let's see what else we got. Let's look at this contractor ID for Bob Hancock Airwaves Company.
Do you mind taking your mask off? Your voice is muffled.
I'd prefer not to.
One of the podium dancers said you were a local celebrity and, like, really handsome, so, please?
Oh. Well, in that case, let it not be said that I would ever disappoint a fan. Ta-da! My face. Did the dancer tell you I used to be a reporter for local TV? And a top-rated host on Crime Time at GSPW?
That's so sexy. I'd love to be a reporter.
Yeah.
In fact, could I practice on you? Like, can I interview you?
Oh, well, like role play?
Uh-huh.
Well, go ahead, little lady.
First question. Tell me, Bob, are you enjoying your first time at Mockery Manor?
Well, it's not actually my first spin on the waltzers, as they say. I worked here a long time ago.
What are you dressed as?
A very trendy newt. It's actually the company uniform. You see this on the back? That's the logo. Airwaves, yeah?
So cool.
Yeah.
How long have you worked for them?
Worked for? No thanks. I run it. The local celebrity life got a little empty. I yearned for something more, something to bring me in communion with the common people. And then it came to me in a dream. A fleet of DJs under my command, spreading across the nation like Genghis Khan's Mongols.
It's your company. So cool. How many people work for you?
Currently, one. Dave. Except I had to fire him today.
That's the other frog.
So, none then. Why did you fire him?
Because I told him to cut his hair short and he wouldn't do it. That was the last straw. Because consistency is the name of the game, Ashley. Think of your favourite fast food outlet. Whatever you order, it's identical every time. And that's a good thing. And one handsome short-haired DJ in a green jumpsuit should be identical to... Well, you know, you get what I'm saying.
You're so clever. So, walk me through a typical day as an Airwaves DJ. For instance, what were your movements yesterday? Step by step, please.
Thorough? OK, well, I live off-site, so I got in my Cinquecento at approximately 4:30 p.m. and arrived here 45 to 50 minutes later. Showed my contractor ID at the staff security gate, set up the decks and started DJing at 8 p.m. Very busy yesterday. Hundreds of people, students mainly. An ecstatic throng of writhing teenagers worshipping at the altar on which I stand.
Blimey.
Sorry. I get poetic about my calling. Have you seen the DJ booth in Dreamland? I'm right in the middle of the dance floor, the epicentre. So I have to put on a show, you know, like pat the air like you're patting a dog. Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it? Yeah. Nod my head like this.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes I notice a pretty lady and I point right in her face. They love it. Yeah, but it's intense. I sweat a lot. So, at 10:45 p.m. every night, I have a quick 15-minute break for a cheeky diet rum and cola, and then back on the decks until 1 a.m. Then it's home to the girlfriend. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. There is a Mrs. B. Yeah. Although it's not actually serious. We're not actually married. In fact, I'm thinking of ending it soon, to be honest.
Oh, I'll have to give you my number.
Crikey. Really? Great. I mean, sure, yeah, let's be friends. How old are you?
18.
Phew.
Does your girlfriend watch you DJ?
No. Between you and me, Ash, she's painfully unsupportive. She's an equine dental surgeon, says she's too tired to come to my gigs. But come on, I mean, I work harder than her. She's got one job. I've got two. Three, actually. Being a part-time DJ, running a DJ company, and working as an award-nominated local investigative journalist.
Ooh, what stories are you working on?
Can't tell you that, I'm afraid. Sorry. Well, let's just say, Mockery Manor is evil and full of criminals.
Criminals? What do you mean? Can you give me a hint? I'm scared. I need to protect myself.
Look, just don't trust anyone who's been here longer than a year or two, okay? Skeletons in their closet, more like the catacombs of Paris. There was a copper a couple of years back that almost got him, but surprise, surprise, he got framed for murder. They are dangerous. But I'm a big, brave man, Ashley.
You really are. Do you think Rog and Ralph got tangled up in all the criminal stuff?
Who? I don't know who you're talking about.
They're friends of mine. One of them's gone missing.
Oh, yeah? That's weird.
I heard you, Ralph and Grog talking once.
Oh, you did? Right, okay. Okay, I do know them, but I have to keep my sources anonymous. That's why I said I didn't know them.
Sources? Oh, tell me more.
Well, let's just say, a little Norwegian birdie once told me that Ralph had driven a stolen Dunkelschloss lorry into a lake up north.
What's Dunkelschloss?
Another theme park.
I don't understand any of this.
Yeah, I don't really know the connection yet myself. Keep your eye on management, that's all I'll say.
So, I can't trust Davina?
Davina? She's got secrets up the wazoo. Why do you think she locks her filing cabinet?
Confidential data?
Because of secrets. And Ms. Armstrong isn't to be trusted either. She rose up the ranks suspiciously fast and then moved her horrible, awful sister into the manor. Oh, they're like some kind of mafioso.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I pulled my back boogieing in the DJ booth last night. Oh, damn it. It's Parker. Did he see me? I have to go. Come to the disco tonight and give me your phone number.
Well, he's the guy in the frog suit, or the newt suit, that was talking to Grog and Ralph. What was that clue about his back cracking? Like right at the end, he hurt his back or something. He heard it crack, and then it was labeled as a clue. Our detective is very clever. Flattery gets you everywhere. Our detective is using all the tricks that she observed in other detectives, and she's using them very well, appearing to not to be super clever. It gets people to open up. I didn't really understand the clue about the back snapping. Like, maybe we're to understand that he hurt his back doing something. But we also don't think he's up to no good. He was probably just investigating a story. And he gave us more details about someone driving a lorry into a lake at another theme park. And he said there was a cop that was on the trail of this park's old business, old bad deeds, who got framed for murder. So we don't know anything about that yet. We can zoom in on this a bit. Is there anything? We do have signatures if we need it. Did we already talk to Grog? Surely we must have.
Hi, Grog. Hi. Do you mind if I sit?
Free country.
Thanks. Are you waiting for someone? Like, Jennifer?
No.
Okay. Have you seen Ralph anywhere? I still can't find him.
No.
You two are old mates, aren't you?
So?
No reason. Oh, thanks for stepping in when Simon got food poisoning. You make a great alien dad. Yum, yum, yum. Do you want a bite of my lunch?
Do I what?
It's tasty.
Why would I want to buy your lunch?
Aren't you hungry? Look,
Yeah.
it's cheese and onion crisps on a lovely buttered, what is it called? This thing.
Are you having a stroke?
No, it's a mental blank. So frustrating. I can't believe I've forgotten the name of this baked yeast item. A lovely buttered... What do you call this?
Oi, what are you doing?
A lovely buttered...
Oh,
what is it?
Jesus.
What is it? Tell me what it is!
Stop shoving that balm in my face, you balmy bitch!
Balm? Just as I thought. Thank you, Grog. No further questions.
What the was all that about?
All right, so we know we know what that was about, right? We also got a clue about the food poisoning. Simon got food poisoning and Grog didn't. He stepped in. And the part about calling it, shoving that food roll in its face was related to this. Barm, he calls it. So we know where he's from. He's from Burnley. And I guess we're probably going to find out that Ralph was also from Burnley. Perhaps because she thinks they're old friends. So I think we got a little bit of a clue here. Like, we're trying to figure out which three got sick, and now we know Grog didn't get sick and Simon did, because she said that Grog filled in for Simon. So we're working our way. We are getting more clues to this, so it makes sense rather than try solving this. We should just accumulate clues, but maybe we need to start marking up as we get clues. Okay, so Grog didn't get sick. And Simon did get sick. I'm just gonna mark that in this way as we go. Any other observations from the chat? It's like some ghost hurt our frog guy when he was going to spill some more secrets. Okay. Let's continue here. We just have one more transcript on this page, one more interview on this page to listen to. So let's go ahead and listen to this staff item.
Okay, right, I'm Ali. I'm a server at Baba Yaga's. Yeah, last night was normal. Oh no, but a couple of nights ago, yeah, someone nicked our walkie-talkie. All food service places have one, because if a fight breaks out, we have to call security. Or like we call the cleaner if there's a really big spill that we can't handle on our own. Or if we need a pallet of drinks delivered, he does that too. Don't know how he lugs so much stuff around, actually. He's only wee. He's got arms like spaghetti. I suppose those trolley things make it a bit easier. I need to radio him, actually. We got 3 empty ones in the store cupboard. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so early in the week is normally really quiet. But it's half-price week, and the local uni busting a load of freshers. So when the disco kicked everyone out at 1 a.m, we were rammed because all the drunk students wanted chicken. And yeah, one of them must have leaned over the counter and, like, grabbed the walkie-talkie when we weren't looking. So yesterday, we had to get another one from Davina. She was cool about it, though. She said things get stolen all the time.
Brendan, playing Lord Carnarvon.
And I'm the were-mummy, Francesca. Hi. First time working at Mockery Manor, yeah. It's got a terrible reputation with the locals, but I love it here.
Well, I don't. I didn't train at RADA to perform for a stream of drunken imbeciles. And the script.
Oh, yes, the script is dreadful. Ugh. And that awful little director keeps popping in to check we're not improvising. Apparently, no one's sticking to the script.
Including us.
No. I think it's quite unraveled him.
Yes, he looked completely mad last night, gnashing his teeth, rending his shirt.
Yeah.
I swear the audience thought he was about to transform.
I wish he would. A reverse Kafka. The cockroach turns into a man.
Oh, top shape, Franny.
Thank you, Brendan.
Your wit is wasted here.
I need to listen to that again or read the transcripts. Let's see if we can read the transcripts of that. It was staff discussion. Francesca and Brandon. Okay, so we're told what jobs these people have. So we have Brendan, who does Lord Carnarvon, and Francesca, who does the were-mummy. These are the two actors, and they're at this place, and they tell about, oh no, the other guy, Ali, tells them about a stolen walkie-talkie. But they tell that the entertainment director that we talked about is furious. He keeps popping in to check we're not improvising. It's unraveled him, and that's a clue pop-up. He looked completely mad last night. That's when Ralph disappeared. Gnashing his teeth, rending his shirt. He was getting very mad. Okay. So these two are clearly not major suspects of ours. We don't think they had anything to do with it, but they're pointing their finger at the entertainment director. Now, the stolen walkie-talkie had a couple clues to it, and one of the clues was that when he goes and tells Davina about the stolen walkie-talkie, she's like, no big deal. Things get stolen all the time. That seems very suspicious. Like, shouldn't she be a lot angrier? That seems very suspicious that she's not angrier. All right, now, we've listened to all these interviews. I'm going to see what happens if we click next. More interviews. So there's the Owen, the director, on the upper left. We've got Walter, the creep, on the upper right. Then we've got the nurse. Then we've got the sister, William Parker, we don't know. Staff, we don't know. So the only question is whether we should be trying to decode any of this other stuff. Let me just look at something here. We've got this photo of the nurse, Dave, in a frog suit, but we've identified the frog from our past memory. We do have a date here, though, October 23rd. So this is the day before the disappearance. I guess she's going to turn out to be a crazy stalker of some sort. We actually have a time here. Look at that. 10:47. 7 minutes after our person is last seen. Is this gonna be Ralph? Like, is this Ralph? Do we know what Ralph looks like? Jonathan says, is this one of our alien scare actors at the ATM? Could it be Simone or someone? Did Simone say she went to the ATM? I can't remember, but it is certainly someone in an alien outfit. But could it just be someone dressing up? Or could it be one of our actors? Simone did say that was late and didn't have a good excuse why. Is it because we're going to find she went to the ATM? And is this going to be Ralph? No, Ralph is older. Ralph is older. That's not Ralph. We're told Ralph's in his 40s. We saw a photo of Ralph. That's not Ralph. We don't know who that is. Just a kid, maybe. And we don't know who these people are. Okay. So that's that. Even if we knew the answer to this, we wouldn't have any place to use it. So we don't have to worry about that. We do have the codes for the messages found in the bin and the message found in the messages and the poetry. So eventually we'll want to do that, but we could put that off. And then we also have cleaning report. Why would someone steal the walkie-talkie? We don't know. But we do have an emergency cleaning report. I wonder if we're going to hear this from the staff here. In fact, let me go ahead and click on this staff thing and see if this is going to be from the cleaners. I'm clicking this bottom right one here.
Hello from Team Vampire. I'm Ace.
And I'm Alec, vampire team leader. And I'm Bobby. Did anything weird happen last night?
Not really.
I don't think so, no.
A few nights ago, though, what about that bloke?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was weird.
So you know how we do our vampire thing behind the gate around the manor?
We fling ourselves at the bars like, rah, come closer. Such a delicious neck.
Bobby's really good at that. So on Tuesday, after the spooky trail tour left, this guy in a mask comes up to the manor gates and he's like, let me in. I have to check the security cameras.
And we were like, well, let's see your ID then. And he flashes us his ID really fast. And yeah, it is a Mockery ID, but there's no photo.
So we were like, no, not letting you in, mate, sorry. And he got really high-pitched and angry.
Kind of desperate, whiny.
Yeah.
So I radio security, and this guy is and just leaves. And we were like, who the chuff was that then?
Interesting. So someone wanted to come in and get security for a few days ago. Do we know what day of the week it is? Okay, I think doing one decipher would be a good call. Codebook with the Worry picture would be a good one. That shouldn't take too long. So we're talking about this one here. Now, actually, this isn't a pure Pigpen cipher, because Pigpen cipher doesn't have these. It looks a lot like these. But not these ones where it's touching the edge. So that looks like this. So clearly what's happening here is we're being given a code that we can finish writing. JAMNOPQRSTUVWXYZ. Okay. All right, now if you look at this, the way Pigpen and the similar codes work is you look for the dot and then the border pattern around the dot. So if it was like this, so the P, for example, would look like this. It's the P dot and then the border around the dot. And these are all fully enclosed in a square. N would be in the center of a square, M would be at the left of a square, and O would be at the right of the square. So that's just a sample. So if we take a look at this, let's just go down here. So you can see it's this quadrant here, not quadrant, this 9 square part. And it looks like it's saying a B in the center to me. And then here we're looking at this one with L. And then here we're looking at O. Another O. And then we're looking at D. And now we're looking at Y. Bloody. N. U. R. We're just gonna say bloody nurse. Bloody nurse. Thou hast but one admirer in the crowd, that bloody nurse that suckles at thy dugs. She wears the look of one unduly wowed, while others scarcely hide their scoffs and shrugs. I won't be in thy film, thy ego trip. I cannot stand to know thee. Toodle, P-I-P. Pip. Toodle pip. Okay, so this is bloody nurse. This is last page. Okay, so we figured out how to decode this. And then let's go up a line, though. I know it's inconvenient that these are in the wrong order, but let's do these. So this is P. And then it looks like R. Then we have, yes, an I. And then I guess that's an S. O. N. Prison. B. Guess that's going to be an R. Yes, prisoners. I still recall thy patronizing tone, for prisoners surely cannot be well read. And now thou sittest nightly on thy throne, and judge us on our acting skills instead. Shall I compare thee to Mike Lee, famous director, great director, a great British director, Mike Lee. Mike Lee did Secrets and Lies. Am I right? Does anyone remember? Correct me if I say any of this wrong. Mike Lee is the famous director of some very real feeling British movies, typically British working class stories. Secrets and Lies was one of his biggest ones. And Abigail's Party is a very old, low-budget one that I adore. Mike Lee. Shall I compare thee to Mike Lee? No way. Thou art pretentious and incompetent. Thy anger doth thy lack of charm, wit betray, and those that claim to like you do pretend. I still recall thy patronizing tone, for prisoners surely cannot be well read, and now thou sittest nightly on thy throne and judgest on our acting skills instead. Thou hadst but one admirer in the crowd, that bloody nurse that suckles at thy dugs. She wears the look of one unduly wowed, while others scarcely hide their scoffs and shrugs. I won't be in thy film, thy ego trip. I cannot stand to know thee, Toodle Pip. Classic Shakespeare rhyme scheme. A, B, A, B, C, D, C, D, E, F, E, F, G, G. Volta change in thought or emotion. Okay. Who is he talking about that wants to be in his film? Maybe he's talking about the frog investigative journalist. All right, so here we have something that doesn't look like it's in a cipher, but actually I wonder if it's like matching up. Why are you here? Why now? And why like this? I know you as a disembodied voice, the father in the booth who hears my sins. I speak to you of things that keep me up at night. Night is the time I call you to confess, to make clean all the dirt upon my hands. Sins do not make the man, but are of my own hands. The little stories I can tell, the little circle of our hell, but you have need of me as well. So, this sounds like he's calling someone to confess his sins. And maybe someone he's told his sins to. Jonathan says he thinks this is about the Owen, the theater director. Shall I compare thee to Mike Lee, the director, famous British director? Okay, that's interesting. Okay, let's decode this message now. We'll have to do a little bit of flipping back and forth here. Maybe we can do it like this. Okay. So we have H, W. That doesn't seem right. H, W, B, N, T. H, W, B, and T is what I get here. But it looks like actually it's a break here. So I wonder if this isn't doubly encrypted. Jonathan says I could just trace this whole thing on this sticky and then move it. It's not a bad idea. Try it. See what happens. feel like I have to be a little bit careful. That may work. Okay, so I'm afraid it will smudge with this erasable ink, so I just gotta be careful not to touch it. Okay, so I think this may be doubly encrypted. This is clearly H. I wonder if it's shifting. I mean, there is a spider. It just dropped down on a little string. Okay. If it's a single letter, it's either an A or an I. So I wonder if everything is shifted just one. If we did that, would we get something that makes sense? Everything just shifts one? If that decodes to H, would this decode to W, X, C, O, U? Let me just keep going here a little bit. What would that X be, though? Doesn't really make sense. Of course, it might be, yes, I see. There's this second numeric code. Oh, all right. Why don't we take a break? All right, we're back. The chat was saying that they think I'm just being a little careless in my translation. So let's try again. Maybe we can zoom in a little bit more. Okay, so this first one actually looks like an I. Maybe I'll decode it down here. I. W. A. N. T. I want to that's our I want to T A This must be an S. I want to say yes. And it looks like C A N O. That's not an L. An hour. F R. Gonna be like friendship. I E N D S H. I P. Can our friendship WIT H STAND T R U T. I want to say yes. Can our friendship withstand truth? Last line. M Y E A. My past is M my S H A. I want to say yes. Can our friendship withstand truth? My past is my shame. The puzzler may very well be Simone, the person we were talking with, that said she asked out Ralph and he said no. And he may be thinking here, I want to say yes, but can our friendship withstand the truth? My past is my shame. Seems like the chat is on the same page here. Now let's move up and figure out the rest here. I've reinvented who I am. What right have I to that? When W A L When Walter tried to do the same, I squashed his efforts flat. I've reinvented who I am. What right have I to that? When Walter tried to do the same, I squashed his efforts flat. And scrolling up here, behind her steely glare, there's just a something lover. So here we have P H E is going to be Park. Behind her steely glare, there's just a theme park lover. I sit in knowledge of one blank, and yet I see another. Take 223-6. Behind her steely glare, there's just a theme park lover. This is using a separate, the two separate codes, one for numbers and one for letters. Let's finish decoding this Rosicrucian. Maybe that's the larger term that includes pink pen. Finish decoding this one, and then we'll go back and work on the others. A lorry sunk in an inky lake. Okay, so we are very curious about the answer to this one. M O C. I guess this is just going to be Mockery. Lorry sunk in an inky lake because Mockery told me to. I asked no questions in this job. What J E N K I N S. What Jenkins says I do. Okay. Well, there you go. There's Jenkins. And then this is on page 1. So there's our reference to Jenkins that we've been looking for. And what about this one? From my P a from my past. I've done my time for this. It's now, and that was then, yet something from my past is trying to drag me back again. All right. So we finally found our mention of Jenkins, what we've been expecting. Now, can we decode? Can we decode the other letter code and the numbers? Let's just see something. We've got Ralph, which is mapping to 10, 19, 4, 8, 26. And H, Q, B, F, X. And we've got in our sample stuff what looks like it could be used to do a Caesar cipher. There's just the letters going clockwise from A to Z and again repeated from A to Z. And then it looks like alternatively the numbers from 1 to 26 clockwise. So we shouldn't need to do whatever. This is a way of lining up those two circles here. So if R goes to H, R becomes H. Actually, we want it the other way if we want to decode. We'd rather have H go to R. So if H goes to R, does that give us a nice consistent code? Does Q go to A? Yes, it does. So the way you do this, you have two. This is my 3D printed Caesar cipher circle in linear form. It makes it easier for me to decode. So H goes to R, Q goes to A, B should go to L, F should go to P, X should go to H. So here it is. It's just a shift. It's a shift of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's a 10 shift. And we should now be able to decode all the letter messages. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, yet something from my past is trying to dig me back again. Okay, so this is SOME some. This is going to be one ONE. Someone. Okay, I've done my time for this. It's now. And that was then, yet someone from my past is trying to drag me back again. Okay, so who from your past? That's the key question for us. Let's see. Here's another code. I sit in knowledge of one TRUTH. I sit in knowledge of one truth, and yet I see another. Take 236. Behind her steely glare, there's just a theme park lover. Okay, so we've got 3 letters, and that's going to be someone's name. Probably that should be enough for us. But let's see. 223.6. So we don't know any of those numbers explicitly, but if this is like this, then it's just going to be a matter of assigning to each letter a number associated with it using a shift. So if R goes to the 10th letter, but we want to do the opposite way, right? We want to say the 10th letter, which is a J, turns into an R. We still need to know the numbers of letters, though. But let's try to do it this way. So 10th letter, which is J, becomes R. The 19th letter becomes an A. The 4th letter becomes an L. That's Ralph. Okay, so we should be able to decode this now. The 2nd letter, which is a B, becomes a J. So we've got 3 letters. The 2nd letter is a J. Then 23, which is 26, 25, 24, 23, which is an E. J, E. And then the 6th letter, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, is an N. Take Jen. Behind her steely glare, there's just a theme park lover. Okay. So that's Jennifer, right? We have a Jennifer suspect. Jennifer plays the alien mom, hates Ralph. Why? Do we have any more codes in number or letter form? It doesn't seem like it. Odd that we only have it so rarely. Okay, any other thoughts about any of the encoding and decoding? Did we have code another place? Yes, we did. We actually had code here. Let's do this while we're here. Let's do this code while we're here. Okay, your loyalty is misplaced. They're the reason you went to. This is going to be Prison. We can just verify that that's right. That's a P, that's an N. All you get in return is a string of badly paid seasonal jobs. So this is someone writing to Ralph. Probably Grog, right? Saying your loyalty is misplaced. They're the reason you went to prison. All you get in return is a string of badly paid seasonal jobs. Tonight at the party, I'll get the... K... E... P... No, KEP. I'll get the keys. Tonight at the party, I'll get the keys. It'll work. There's no risk. We won't get... This is surely going to be caught or something. We won't get... Boy, he's making it a little hard on us, isn't he? We won't get... What is that? A CAUGHT. We won't get caught, trust me. Margot Mockery, won't report it to the... Margot Mockery or the psychic. Magenta. Won't report it to the POLICE. Won't report it to the police when they realize you're the one that... This is probably a TOO. When they realize you're the one that took it, they owe you big time and they know it. Let's D R I V E into the sunset. I think he's just saying they should steal a car. We may be able to get handwriting too. Like if we go to the website, there's Grog's handwriting. And I think that matches his handwriting pretty well. Can we be more specific and convince ourselves that it's his handwriting? I mean, he's got a very... It's not a perfect match for his G. The G on his ID card curls all the way around, but not here, it doesn't. But it is very bad handwriting. His uppercase G is pretty consistent. Do we have an uppercase G here? His uppercase E on his ID card is also pretty odd. It's just like a curve and then a line in the middle. To me, it looks pretty consistent, but the lowercase g is not an identical match. Okay, but he seems to be saying, grab your keys. Now, what is it written on the back of? Lorry Bay schedule. That's interesting. Mockery Manor, Lorry Bay schedule. Consignments. So here are their cars. They've got a Volvo, blue Volvo, a black Volvo, a Wayland gray, and a white Wayland. October 23rd. Destination Snowland, Stockholm. That's the day he disappeared. And arrivals. A Wayland, a Volvo, Mercedes-Benz, Volvo, Wayland. Lorry Bay schedule. Not sure what to make of all that. Let's listen to another interview. All right, let's listen to Walter's interview in the upper right here.
So, your job is to clean up mess and deliver stuff around the park?
That is a gross simplification, but yes, I deal with spills and hazards, and I move stock from storerooms to sundry bars and restaurants around the park.
What kind of stock?
Hot dog components, crates of beer, fizzy pop. You've got to be very strong to work this job. Here, feel my bicep.
No, thank you.
Fine. Don't
Okay,
be.
he's strong.
Sorry.
Don't be, I don't care.
Walter, wait. You know, it blows my mind that you are the only one cleaning the whole park. Wow, that's amazing.
It's not just me. A team does most of it in the morning.
Yeah, but you're the only one dealing with it while the guests are there. Thousands of people, most of them drunk. All that mess they make. It's a huge area to cover for just one person.
Huh. Yeah, you're not wrong. It is quite heroic.
It's really awe-inspiring.
I tell my mum, I consider myself the lifeblood of a great beast. I move through the veins, delivering all that it needs to survive.
Huh, I've never thought of it like that. And you're very
that's
discreet. I feel like I never see you.
But is everything well stocked? Are spills cleaned in a timely fashion?
Yes, absolutely.
Then I have done my job. I am the red and white cells, the plasma. Unseen, unappreciated, but vital. I keep things running. I keep it neat and tidy and sanitary.
Yeah, you do a great job. Did you see anything untidy last night?
Boy, did I! Some drunk idiot pulled the head off the Count Cracula mascot. And Simone gave me a dirty look, probably because Jennifer prefers talking to me than her own sister. Lit cigarette into the wishing well. It went through the grate. Could have started a fire. Someone called in a fake report. What a waste of my time that was. And no one's emptied the waste paper bins in the dorms since we first got here. Everyone thinks I should do it, but my responsibility is the park, not the lake house. Davina knows all this. I have to fill in a nightly cleaners report and leave it on her desk.
There's a report? Okay, great. I'll go find it.
But she never does anything about any of it. I'm sorry, but it's time for a new generation to step up. I should have her job. Lord Carnarvon wasn't wearing his pith helmet because someone was sick in it.
Wow, you just said a lot of stuff.
I've got a lot of good ideas for improving this place. Do you want to hear them?
Nah, it's okay.
Well, if you need to know anything else, I'm the man to talk to.
Good to know.
No one notices me, but I notice everything.
Okay, thanks, Walter.
Do you want to share a slushie? I've got a voucher.
So does that mean that voucher we found is his? Boy, he said a lot of stuff. That clue buzzer was going off like crazy. Someone in an interview told us that a Norwegian birdie told them something about Ralph, although Stockholm is Swedish, but still they're neighboring countries. Oh, that's a little tricky for me. The voucher that he said he had is not the voucher we found, but he does mention the dustbins and he mentions his report. Okay, and she says, there's a report you filed, let me go look at it. So I think we now have access to this. So let's see what we've got here. Emergency cleaner end of night report. And then on this side is an incident report. Spills, biohazards, accidents, and emergencies. So I guess these are all part and parcel of the same thing. Here's the night when our guy went missing, and it's Walter's report. He was on shift from 5 p.m. to 1:30. He says, let's see. Public bin restaurant rubbish removal, hourly. Village bin pushed over because it's not bolted to the ground. I strongly suggest we go back to using the old bin system. Comment continued in margins. Here he is talking about the old system. It's much better in the good old days when the rubbish went into the bin, which was fixed to the ground so that yobos and thugs couldn't push them over, down a chute and into the utility quarters. This allowed for greater volume of litter, and the guests never saw the rubbish being taken away. And it was easier to empty them. It just makes sense. I've suggested this every night for the last 3 weeks, and yet I continue to be ignored on this subject. I request a formal meeting with Margot Mockery. Okay. Bathrooms, clean and stock hourly. Too many to squeeze into this tiny box. Tonight was a disaster in this department. As usual, comment continued in margins. I'll be submitting a separate report on this as I have a lot to say. Okay. And here he says, smooth yogurt leaked from the bag onto the inside of bin number 8. Good luck, you'll need it for the daytime crew. Public areas litter pick outside only. Hourly. One long incident that never ends. A Sisyphean task. That's Sisyphus who pushed up the rock up the mountain and then it rolled down. He had to keep repeating himself over and over. I need an apprentice intern underling to take over litter picking duties. All I can do is extend my sympathies to the daytime crew. Okay, he says number of incidents, excluding the run-of-the-mill disasters, 10, including the run-of-the-mill disasters, 48. Number of incidents requiring further action. All of them are a learning opportunity. Some of them require power washing. Number 5 and 12 sponges, 3 dry cloths, 28 extra large rubbish bags, 2 cans of enzyme blaster, 1 bottle malt vinegar mop, 1.5 jerry cans of bleach, half roll of J-cloth, 24 pairs of disposable gloves, 1 full face gas mask respirator, flashlight, 3 roll cages, 1 pair of goggles, walkie-talkie, 8 hazard spill A-frames. Equipment issues. My cleaning cart is both too big and not big enough. Too big in that it is a magnet for drunk yobs who think it's hilarious to climb aboard, and not big enough in that I need more space for equipment. Plus, comment continued in margins. Plus, what's his triple comment? Notes I couldn't fit on their side. Please read, very important. Plus, I have to use a roll cage when I restock cans, bottles, food items for the bars and restaurants, and I can't push both at once. Thus, I am forced to leave my cart in a staff area and hope no one interferes with it. Huh. Okay, and here's his incident report. 3:50 p.m. He's reporting smooth yogurt. I witnessed Lord Carnarvon throwing his pith helmet into the lava. He admitted Simon had yogurted in his. Remember, that was one of the codes of bodily waste, so probably vomited in it. Carnarvon didn't want to wear it again. I told him I was telling on him. I think that's because Simon has gotten sick from food poisoning. Okay, then I removed the offending but. Also, why isn't there a code for fire or bomb scares? This was the someone threw their cigarette in the wishing well. Exclusive splash zone. Used 3 hazard A-frames. Removed offending biomaterial. Note in margin. Had an argument with Crash Coaster on jurisdiction lines. I believe the yogurt incident was inside the ride boundary and therefore their responsibility to clean, but they argued the queues leading out of rides are my jurisdiction. Please clarify. Okay, so the yogurt is someone throwing up. Okay. And then we have smooth yogurt, smooth yogurt. Remember, that was all in our code thing. So yogurt smooth is bodily excretions, which is probably just vomit. Okay. 3 hazard A-frames removed, offending biomaterial. What's the A-frame? Blackwall F-ride attendant is the person who's reported it. And there's blood. Glove, sir. This is someone fighting. Some bloke got biffed in the nose. Bled all over the DL entrance trees. Too dimly lit to give it a proper cleaning. Blood has dried in the grooves of the fiberglass trunk. Such a job needs finer tools than I have available. Then we have some more vomit. One hazard A-frame. What is the A-frame? The chat says the A-frame is just the yellow caution signs you put on floors. That makes sense. Overflowing toilet, broken wheel on roll cage. Sealed the toilet, one hazard A-frame while taking their empty roll cage away. I noticed one of the wheels veers drastically to the left. I left the faulty roll cage in the equipment graveyard behind the lorry bay. This sounds very suspicious about this roll cage that's being left. It's behind the lorry bay. Smooth orchid in the village at 10:46. Okay, so now let's look here, because these are times when our guy is missing. So at 10:46 in the village, no trace of yogurt anywhere. Witch TL denied she radioed me. Haha, very funny. She needs to be disciplined for false reporting. That sounds like maybe someone called to get him out of the area, like to call him away. $10.46 Village TL false report. I feel like someone got on the walkie-talkie and falsely reported something to bring this guy out of the area so they could do something. Then at 11:07, a peripatetic performer radios in with a food fight between guests, slippery food and slushies all over floor. What a grotesque waste. Human beings are a plague. A-frames. At a little after midnight, Count Cracula has reported, I told Crackles I would not be climbing a tree at midnight. It's still there. Mascot head in tree. And he says, this is not a job for the cleaners. And then we've got a little comment here. Oh, we read that already about the jurisdictions. So to me, the thing that jumped out here is the weird lorry stuff, the cart that's been left near the lorry, but also this false report that has called our guy into the village. Any other observations there? For the record, I think the pith helmet was thrown in the lake, not lava. Oh, I read lava originally, but I think you're right. It is probably the lake. Although here he's talking about it being in the tree. It says Oak Tree near 27. All of these places near 27, the village toilets, the village. We could map those using our brochure of the map. There's the village. If they called him away, where would they call him away from and to? Maybe that's worth paying attention to. So at 10:32, he's at location 22. Then he gets called to the village. 22 is here. 22. I don't know why it's the green is making it trigger. 22 is the alien diner. That's where he is. That's where he is when he says that one of the wheels on the roll cage was wobbly, that he left in the equipment graveyard behind the lorry bay. And then he gets called to the village for a fake report. And the village is this place. Is it also this? Cyber Fast Pass. I guess not. 24 is the Roswell Arcade. Oh. All right, so bit of a rough session today with the cough coming up. I feel fine, but I get these coughs I can't stop. All right, so Kyle, who's played this, is giving some advice about whether we should stop now, hang on for a bit longer for another interview. I'm sure you can finish for the second session. Maybe it's worth trying to get to that halfway point in the voice narrative. I feel like we're getting in danger territory. I noticed a whole bunch of things that are interesting about this map that we might want to take a look at, including locations where photos are taken so that we could place this one. They're coming out of a roller coaster. So we might be able to figure out where this photo is taken that might give someone an alibi. Okay, so Kyle says now is a good place to wrap up. Maybe one more interview. There's a key story beat on the next web page. Now, you say on the next web page, but I don't know if you mean on this web page, which is the next from the first, or if you mean a third web page, which we are surely not going to get to today. I think the thing to do for me would be to stop here. Just because I don't know how much longer I'm going to survive. Well, this will go down in the history books for the channel. We have to have You have to have some lows to get the highs. That is the nature of life and the human brain. I do appreciate you joining me for this session. We're going to stop here after 4 hours with a little more break than normal. But we will meet again tomorrow night. I'll schedule this as soon as I sign off. Hopefully, I'll be a little bit better, a little bit smoother of an experience tomorrow, but no guarantees. I'll see you then.